Well, very good morning, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Welcome to RAF Marham. And we've got some flashy that you can see. My name's Nikos, cameraman and commentator. And the fog has just cleared. In fact, there's hardly any wind. And I didn't even hear the startup, to be honest. And for those that do plane spotting quite a lot, it can be quite deceiving. But welcome to, nevertheless, to RAF Marham, home of the F-35B, the only place to see a fighter jet to hover. And joining us, of course, naturally, our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Teddy. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby, and throughout December, myself and Ted will be wearing our traditional Santa hats for the whole of December. Now be careful, Ted, it's very muddy out there. They are using runway 05, makes a change. Welcome to the show. Right, what we're going to get today then? Are we going to get vertical takeoffs and landings? Oh, actually, sorry, correction, we don't really get vertical takeoffs here. We do get vertical landings, but we can get a short takeoff. There seems to be quite a lot of flashy out there, doesn't it? That's pretty good, doesn't it? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We're live here at RAF Marham, and it's home to 3 squadrons. And we'll start with 207 Squadron, which is the operational conversion unit. So once a pilot has completed their fast jet training at RAF Valley, if their career is tuned to the F-35B, they will come here. They will come here and start training and flying the F-35B with 207 Squadron. Now, 207 Squadron, although the operational conversion unit at RAF Marham, it is the operational conversion unit for both the Royal Navy and the Royal Air Force. Next up, flying the F-35B as well, is 617 Dambusters Squadron. They don't need much of an introduction. You know how it is. They're acclaimed fame to specifically been formed for the Dambusters raids on the dams in 43. And of course 809 Squadron, which is a Naval Air Squadron. They're nicknamed the Immortals, and I am loving their new sign outside. Well, I say new, I've only spotted it about a month ago. It could have been there a few more months than that, but I only noticed it outside the front. I do love the front. When you walk into 5th Gen, it says right outside the front of the main F-35B area, it says 5th Gen starts here. I love that. It makes a statement, because 5th Gen does start here. Now the F-35Bs, they're not like the ones at Marham. These ones hover, the ladies, gents, teddy bears. These are the ones like the Harrier and the Pratt & Whitney F135-600 engine. Oh, already. Here we go. Departure already. If you can see it. Here we go. still foggy here, ladies, gents, and teddy bears, by the runway, but we got more F-35Bs as well. As I was saying, these are F-35Bs. They're not like the A variant at RAF Lakenheath. These ones can hover, and that's all thanks to Rolls-Royce lift system, which has been connected, shall we say, to the Pratt & Whitney's F135 600 engine. So the engine is a slight variant, of course, of the F135 family. The traditional Pratt & Whitney F135 100 engine, this one is the 600 variant, so that it allows the lift system, which we can talk about and show you after I've pretty much got myself confident that there isn't another one over there. I can hear just about more F-35s over there. So just okay, right, I think I've got myself sorted now. That was a interesting departure through that thick fog. As you could see, they disappeared quite quickly. They are using 05, which we'll see how it goes. Ain't no bother to hover. So it's all about the vertical landings here, ladies, gents, teddy bears. It's all about the landings, not the takeoffs when we're at Marham. Because if we want to see F-35s, we can go ahead and go to Lakenheath to see the F-35 A variant. Now, the A variant, as you may know already, the A variant is what's classed as a CTOL aircraft, a conventional takeoff and landing aircraft. The F-35B, these are STOVL, S-T-O-V-L, stands for short takeoff and vertical landing. Now, I know what you're thinking. Can they vertically take off? Yes, they can if they wanted to, but they choose not to do it because the amount of fuel and payload onto this, you are increasing the payload and weight of it by adding more fuel and payload. It can do it, but it would need to have decreased amount of fuel, which defeats the object in some ways. But what it does do, it does a short takeoff. It's impressive. It is very impressive. It's almost like a gradual hover as it's rolling, almost like a rolling hover takeoff, if that makes sense. We've got a few videos, examples of that, if you wanted to see a short takeoff example after the show, of course. And of course the final variant is the carrier variant, the F-35C, and it's a big one. It's huge. It literally will overshadow the F-35A and B due to its larger wing area, its wider wingspan. It does have folding wings for space saving. Reason for the larger wings as well, because it needs more lift on a carrier, which makes sense. It's got a strengthened airframe, of course, being a carrier variant. All carrier variants have a different and strengthened airframe. It has a strengthened arresting hook as well, not like a standard conventional takeoff and landing aircraft. The F-35B doesn't have an arresting hook, by the way, and that's probably because of the thrust vector. There we go. So we got another departure as well. Good start to the morning then with 1.5. I gotta miss that first one. I'll take that. Yes, so it's got a double twin axle at the front as well, as far as the gear is concerned on the F-35C. What I mean by that, it's got two wheels at the front rather than just a single one at the front. Again, being a carrier, they are different, even in their airframe G ratings as well. The F-35C at the front, I guess that's where it's pulled from on the catapult system. G variants, the G ratings on the F-35s as follows. The F-35A is a G rating airframe of +9, the +9G. The F-35B is a +7, and the carrier variant F-35C, that's a +7.5. They're all maximum speed at Mach 1.6. They all have the DAS system, which I'll show you as well. Still a bit foggy now. It's getting a little bit worse, but no worries. We'll see how this gets on now then. What have we got? Just the one? Or do we have another one? Very foggy on the screens there, isn't it? Marham, just like Waddington, has its history rooting back all the way down to the Royal Flying Corps from 1916 as well. Okay, so we've got two F-35Bs airborne. So the more airborne, the more chances we've got of vertical landings. There we go. Here we go, here we go. Right, it did sound like more taxiing unless it was that one there. Here we go. Oh, I'm ready for this one. Is there another one? Does sound like more than one, but 8. There we go. So they're using runway 05. You can see the runway caravan there happily. Okay, Doom 11 ready for departure. Here we go, get ready. It's time to ride with the F-35B. I think there's just one. The visibility isn't that great. There we go, come on. Poor the visibility is. Almost like quick climbs, isn't it? It's gone in seconds. Wow. Wow. So we are going to have some very interesting effects here today. Goodness to me. It's very foggy, look at it. Very eerie as well this time of year. But it's quite mild, I'll give it that. It's very mild. Hardly any wind as well here. I think we got another one. May have another one. Yep. Two more. Yep. Two more. Busy Marham. Here we go. Although unfortunately the takeoffs are short-lived. F-35s now. Beautiful. Two ship, a singleton and a two ship. Sound just amplifying. Wow, I've always said anything more than 10 is a good day, and it's only 10 to 10. Doing Matt Foster? Oh, absolutely. Early departures is always good. Less to wait around for the vertical landings. It gives us a bit of a chance now. 5. I wonder if they'll favour vertical landings in this. Marco Baxter, how you doing? Wow, what's it like up at the Lothians? Sammy B, how you doing? Mark Richards, wee Stevie boy. Have a nice day, you too. Mark Moody, how you doing? Davey, how you doing? Send it, absolutely. Tony Rivers, how you doing? Christine Barnes, Alan Burden, New Rail Basher, how's it going? Hope we're all good. Right, Captain A, how's it going? Christine Barnes, hope we're all well. We Stevie boy. Good morning to you. Marnie, how you doing? Happy 96th birthday to Jan Clark's mum today. Jan Clark messaged me yesterday to say she won't be on the streams as much today, and she's with her mum who's celebrating 96 years. Happy birthday to Jan Clark's mum there now. Andrew Farley, how you doing? Hope we're all good. Welcome to the show. Captain A, planes or no planes, every day is a good day when you're TCS live. Absolutely love the community. It was only last week where we couldn't stream because of extreme fog conditions. It was that bad, but all of you were the vibe on the chat room was just immense. Absolute beautiful chat room going on all day on the chat room on the whole beach stream, which didn't go ahead. But there was like 256 of you on the stream all day, just waiting patiently with us. But unfortunately, it didn't go ahead. But I love the vibe. I could see you all just supporting the channel. Those of you on our Discord server, I was giving you photo updates of the weather. And when you've got thick fog like this, you really do get that amplified sound. The sound just, and there's hardly any wind. Very, very little wind here. It's rather quite eerie. Ted Coningsby channel live at Marham, and a very good morning to the guard room at Marham. How you all doing? I've checked in with them as well. I've checked in with Marham. They know I'm here. Very, very eerie. Very eerie. I love it this time of year. This is like, for me, this is ideal for going for walks. I love that, going for walks on Dartmoor when I used to go and explore like stone circles and prehistoric monuments, Neolithic and Bronze Age monuments was, for me, that was my thing. And when you've got like standing stones and monoliths in the fog, in the distance, your mind starts to play tricks with you. It's really cool. I do love it. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And you know, your mind starts playing tricks with you. Those stones have been there for thousands of years, and if they start moving, then you might just need to blink again. Or check what you're drinking. Wee. Or had. Wee. Last night. Wee. You know how it is. Woo. Ah, yeah. Welcome to the show, Lady Shen, Steady Bears. Let's start the channel as we mean to go on. Hit the like on your way in. You've been cleared to vertically land on the like pad. So hit that like. Let's get this going and flowing. And of course, if you love military aviation, then be sure to subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. If you're subscribed, hit that notification bell button so you don't miss out on our latest and greatest live streams and videos. We, as a channel, and I say we are a community. We are made up of our spanner flight crew who work tirelessly 24/7, a bit like a QRA, to make sure the chat rooms on both live streams and Discord servers for your own safety are monitored and moderated indeed. So thank you to them, and of course all the bears, Ted and I, Claire Bear doing the online store, and myself in all weathers through storms. That's how I do it. Be sure to hit that care button as well, spelled S-H-A-R-E. Really nice of you to see the shares that you've done on your social media. Really, it does make me proud when I see that. I was like, oh, it's my link. Oh, it's not me doing it. And it, you know, it's very, very, it's a nice gesture for me. It gets the word out there for people to explore our channel. You know, it's not the easiest to do military aviation. You know, a lot of patience is needed. You can get extremely lucky. Like yesterday was pretty much a very busy RAF Coningsby. And you know, this is a very good start for Marham. It's not the busiest, but it can be flowing, can be quite flowing, which is quite nice. But you can get very quiet days as well, as you for those that are regular to our Marham streams. But where else are you going to get hovering aircraft, right? As in, where else are you going to get hovering F-35s? Well, one with the Ted Coningsby channel, and two only at RAF Marham. This happens. What? Unless you're fortunate enough to get on the carrier, was it the Queen Elizabeth? Hope we're all good then, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hope we're all good. You can see how dire it is out here. Welcome to the show. Welcome to Norfolk, because this is exactly what the base or the aerodrome was created to do all the way back in 1916. The defender of Norfolk against the Zeppelin raids in 1916. Sharing its position not too far away. I think it's only a couple of miles away. In fact, maybe 2 miles away. The way the backwards crow flies is the Royal Naval Air Station Narborough, which eventually became Royal Air Force Narborough a couple of years after, when the Royal Air Force was independent on the 1st of April 1918. My name's Nikos, cameraman and commentator. Right. Thanks so much, all of you who have been keeping the Claire Bear busy on our online store. It's been absolutely magnificent. Oh yeah. There we go. Look at the tree looking a bit bare. Look at it. Oh yeah. My name's Nikos. Ted, where are you, mate? What's that? My name's Nikos, cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. It's quite nice with the red, actually. That dull and the bright red. See? That's why they chose red on the red arrows. Can hear like aircraft very close by. Yeah, so this is one of the main reasons why they chose red for the red arrows, because you could see it nicely. If it was yellow, wouldn't be so good, although orange would look pretty good, but let's not go there. We're happy with red. Imagine that, the orange arrows. Sponsored by Terry's Chocolate Orange. Free advert there. Anyway, how are we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Not long till Christmas, and Ted and I, given the Christmas spirit, we're doing our rounds. And just want to wish all the Royal Air Force this time of year must be very, very hard, especially those in queue and working over a Christmas period, but to protect and defend UK airspace, keep an eye on our skies and keeping it sweet and neat. So thank you to them. Right, let's talk a little bit about the F-35B for those that are new to it, because I did realise I really do need to put, even though I keep saying this, I'll never do it. I really need to put the gear so I can show you one thing, because there is one thing that's missing on the F-35B that I don't get to show you. But let me just show you the F-35B, the way it works. So, let me just go and pick up the model, because I've got something extra to add to you. So yes, it is a Lockheed Martin F-35B Lightning, but of course, as you know, for those that don't, well, the F-35B, the Royal Air Force actually omit the 2. Why? Because it's actually the Royal Air Force's 3rd Lightning. I know. So the first one was the P-38 Lightning. In the RAF's inventory. Now, I did find out why they didn't go ahead with it, and that's all because of the, well, you see, it had turbochargers in the sort of like the twin tail. Hey, how you doing? Getting lots of hellos here. Yes, so there was superchargers in the 2, I don't know what you call them actually, it's a good point, I've never really gone into detail. The 2, you know, the P-38 Lightning, maybe someone can tell me the exact thing, but it's got a twin fuselage, right? So there was superchargers in both of them. The RAF's one didn't have them, and it was completely underpowered, and the RAF were not happy with it and basically terminated the contract, which, although technically it was in their possession, that was kind of like the first Lightning that they had. The second Lightning, as you all know, it is the very famous, in the 60s, the English Electric Lightning. Oh yeah, you know it is. And of course, the third one is the F-35B. Now they don't call it the Lightning 3, they just call it the Lightning, that's it. I did have a chat with Airfix about this, and they said they have to keep the 2 because of the something to do with the trademark and copyright and all that kind of stuff and all that jazz, as they say. So they had to keep the 2 because there's a they've got an F-35B Lightning. I think it was then and now. I think it had a Spitfire and an F-35B then and now, and yeah. Right, let's talk about the F-35B. Here it is. I think the F-35s are coming back. May not get time to do that. Sounds like they're coming back. Right, so the F-35B is, although powered by a Pratt & Whitney F135 turbofan engine, it is actually the 600 model. There are two. There's the 100, as far as I know, on the F-35A, and I think the C. But the F-35B has the 600 version because it's got something connected to it. The Rolls-Royce lift system. Oh yes, it's all in here. You know how it is. But I might have to talk to you about it in a moment. Oh, it's a slow land. Ah, okay. Hang on. Yeah, let me just hold that for a moment. Got something. I found out a few more things that I need to tell you on the F-35B, the way it works, by the way. So apologies for that at the moment. Sadly, our first arrivals are not vertically landing. They're going to do what's called a slow land. Which is a bit of a shame. It's a bit of a shame, but hey. So they're going to do what's called a slow land. So it will have the lift system operating and functioning to slow it down. Bit of a shame, but hey, that's the way it is. We will hopefully keep our fingers and paws crossed for vertical landings later on. Clearing up just a little bit now, actually, which is nice. Yeah, I forgot to show you a couple of things on the F-35B. I couldn't believe I didn't tell you about it, actually, because it's part of the Rolls-Royce lift system. Okay, so they're using the talk down now. I don't blame them in this kind of weather. Oh. low approach. Got a slow land and a low approach. Okay, this sounds good. Okay, here we go. See what we're going to get right. They're very close, but I can't see them. I'll just keep it here just in case. Oh, here we go. Look at this. This is I believe this one's a slow land. Nice. So they would use that on a carrier, that type of landing as well. Pretty sure he said low approach, but never mind. Cool. Nice to see. I suppose it's a bit better from here, isn't it, if they're using 05? All the F-35Bs, regardless of squadrons, they all have the lightning strike on the stabilizers, the tails. Yeah, we do have another F-35B just coming back now. Maybe that's my low approach, eh? Thanks for joining us, ladies, gents and teddy bears, on this sort of misty day now. It was foggy earlier. The F-35B and the C, they use the drogue and probe refueling system. The F-35A uses the boomstick system. Cleared low approach, circuit clear. Here we go. Nice to see the slow land. I suppose you could see it a bit better from when they're using 05. Amazing technology, amazing, and that's all thanks to Rolls-Royce, who have added the lift system to that. A legacy that started way over 60 years. The P1127 prototype and the Hawker Siddeley Kestrel, for those that remember that. Into the mist. Well, I suppose that's where lightning comes from, in the clouds and the skies. So what a weather system we got here. Look at that. Almost like some sort of like sky cake. Bit of fog, bit of dark fog, bit of dark cloud, bit of mist. Incredible weather system out here. Look at that, you could just about make out some blue sky amongst all this. It's very, very incredible. So there are benefits of being at this position when they're using 05, of course. Not really for takeoffs, but all about the landing. You can just about get a slow land perfectly, pretty much, without having to miss too much of the trees. Mind you, I could move a little bit further down actually if I had to. If I just need a little bit more. And of course, when they use 2-3, there is another spot by the main road, chalk lane. That's quite a good one. Maybe one day we'll mix it up. So we've got 3 F-35B still to return. How are we all doing? Hope we're all good. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, you tuned in to the one and only Ted Coningsby channel. And an aerodrome that was a defender of Norfolk with the Royal Flying Corps, and then when it was rearmed during the interwar period, had some very interesting aircraft and beauties here, really. Hendons, Harrows, and then eventually the Wellington bomber as well that was here. Stirlings, beautiful Lancasters, everything. Actually, I think they had Lancasters. No, I don't think they did. I don't think I've ever spoke about the No, I think they missed it. I think they were supposed to go to I think they went to Lincoln. But of course they had the Hendons and the Harrows, Wellingtons, Mosquitoes were here. But they kind of skipped the Lancaster, if I remember correctly. And they went, I think they were going to have Lincolns here, but that didn't go ahead. That was where, yeah, it was Lincoln. Because they are quite similar, pretty much. I mean, the Lancaster's pretty much like a, you know, or the Lincoln is an upgraded Lancaster, so to speak. So, but that didn't go ahead. And in the end, they went with the B-29, the Naval Washingtons instead. That was the one. Just waiting for 3 more. I think some are checking in to come back. We just had the low approach, which is kind of good. The more circuits we get, the better. Keeps it flowing, keeps it going. A good start to the morning, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. And you're seeing sort of like the... Oh, we've got another slow land, I think. Seems sort of like the remnants of 01 and runway 19 here. It's no longer in use though, if I remember correctly. So I don't put it on the runways. Yeah, I think they're going for a slow land again. Slow land. I do like them actually. So they're I think they're also called shipborne rolling vertical landing. I think something like that. SRVL, slow land for short. And you can use that on carriers. You don't have to just hover around. This is a way to land on a carrier as well, using the rolling slow land. It is very impressive. Got an aircraft approaching now on the talk down. Talk down is a great for training as well, but it's a set of instructions from the air traffic controller to the pilot, which these instructions are, they must be adhered to, and the pilot cannot acknowledge unless requested. So they need to just listen and follow the instructions, and it's to guide them whether they're too far to the left of the center line or too far to the right, or they basically, the assistance gets them on the center line and we'll inform them if they're on the 3-degree glide path as well. Welcome to the chilled out Ted Coningsby's Marham stream. You know how it is. Thanks, Perry, for the info. Yeah, it was this year that they deactivated runway 01 and 19. As soon as I got visual on the F-35B, I'll pan it over. At the moment, you just can't see it at the minute. Look at these conditions, they're abysmal, aren't they? But nevertheless, it's dry. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Slow land coming up for you. This looks good. Nice. Amazing how just that wind direction can really dampen the sound, you know. At first it's pretty obvious, but it really does strike home when you're actually physically present to witness and listen out for the sounds. So that's 3 back, 2 to go. There's the RAF Marham Aero Club. That's where you get all the little TED planes coming out with the Piper and the Fournier. Where's it gone? Hello? Hello? Oh, here you go. So just underneath, on the undercarriage, literally directly underneath the lift system. I forgot to tell you about something else that opens underneath. It's almost like the thrust coming from the Rolls-Royce lift system, but it doesn't actually open up on the model that I've got, so but I will show you. So we've had 4 slow lands. Another heritage aircraft that they had here was the English Electric Canberra. Around 53 years, 52, 53 years of English Electric Canberra ops from RAF Marham. A legacy that is really much knotted and tied up with Marham and its legacy and history. A very proud history with the Canberras. And of course, Tornadoes were the last aircraft before the F-35B. Of course, we had Victors here as well. During the times of Strategic Air Command as well, during the Cold War, we have seen B-29s here as well, B-52s, and just before that, the B-17s were here as well on a special exercise. I think it was Exercise Ruby. That's all 5 back. A very quick sortie for us in some respect. And yep, just to confirm, that is all of our 5 F-35Bs back. Well, I've always said that 10 is a good day here at Marham. So, and we've had 5 in what, an hour and a bit? In 1 hour, all back. Yeah, just looking at this now, it is slightly shorter, as in height, than the F-35A. Looking at it, the F-35A, because of the boom, where air-to-air refuels using the boomstick, the inlet for the air-to-air refueling, it's quite raised up. That's interesting, because I've had a look at stats, and I've always seen that the F-35A is slightly taller. So there we go, something to think about for next time we have a look at that. Only by a few inches, by the way. It's not much. But yeah, now that I've seen it, it does raise up a little bit. Well, not a bad morning, is it? 5 F-35Bs. Okay, no vertical landings, but we've had slow landings, and I guess with them using 05, we do get to see that. If they were using 023, we would have probably lost a lot of that, so I'll take that as a win. Lovely F-35s, love it. I'd love to see an F-35C. It's the only one I haven't seen, the F-35C. I'd love to see it, really do, just to see the monster size of it. It's huge. It's the markings of 207 OCU, Operational Conversion Unit, that you can see there. Yeah, so as I was saying, ladies and teddy bears, so the Lockheed Martin F-35B Lightning is powered by a Pratt & Whitney F-135 600 engine, and I will explain the difference in just a sec. So here is our F-35B model that we've got. Oh yes. So basically, if you need a lift, well, you have to go and see Rolls-Royce, because the Pratt & Whitney F-135 600 engine has actually been amalgamated and combined with Rolls-Royce. That's right, it's got a bit of British engineering in there, and it's Rolls-Royce that really put the vertical lift in the F-35B. That's where the attribute is, that is where it's at. And they put that in the Lightning, and the lift system of Rolls-Royce is the only vertical lift technology for fighter jets in production in the world. And I'll give you a little show around, because I forgot to show you something underneath as well. Now, the performance is pretty much unrivaled, and it's part of the latest and greatest digital control and fan system technology, and this delivers a responsive, precise and powerful short takeoff, vertical landing, STOVL capability, and of course we've just seen slow land as well, and it has minimal impact on total airframe weight. Now, the system is a descendant of the Pegasus engine, comprised of Rolls-Royce's lift fan, which I'll show you, the drive shaft, the free bearing swivel module, free BSM or thrust vector into us, and roll posts to give it the lateral movement, again, which I will show you. Rolls-Royce literally has been an industry leader in short takeoff and vertical landing STOVL technology for way over 60 years. So just to give you some stats, I mean, it's got slightly different thrust, 40,000 pounds of combined short takeoff and vertical landing STOVL capability, pounds of thrust. It's got 29,000 shaft horsepower delivered to the lift fan. The free BSM, free bearing swivel module, the thrust vector in 95-degree rotation in just 2.5 seconds. It is a one-of-a-kind technology. It's the lift fan itself is capable of delivering just 20,000 pounds of cold thrust. It's 50-inch diameter as well, a two-stage counter-rotating fan, and it, like I said, it features the latest and greatest thrust vectoring variable vane area box nozzle. Now then, if we have a closer look, so when you see the F-35 about to do a vertical landing or a slow landing, the first thing you'll see is this. This is actually like an air filter. Now, the cool thing about that is you can actually see the shaft here that's connected from the lift system to Pratt & Whitney's the very front core of the that's the 29,000 horsepower shaft that's connected to the Pratt & Whitney F-135. It's supposed to be here. Right, so when these open, this acts like an air filter. Someone's asked me that question before, forgot to tell you about that, because obviously you're going to get a lot of debris in there, you're going to get all sorts in there, so this acts like a filter. Now, this is not an air brake, by the way. This is where the lift system is. There it is, there's the lift fan, 50-inch diameter hollow blade system. Now, what I forgot to tell you is underneath here, but it doesn't actually open, as in doesn't really show you much apart from the I mean, I'll hang on, I think I know what I can do at home. Right, so this opens up, you'll see it. I think I've actually got the connectors to go on there. This will open up, right, and the reason for that, I'll just take that off actually. The reason for that is because the lift system is, like, almost imagine it like an engine, it's vertical, all right, so there's thrust coming underneath. I forgot to show you this bit, silly me. So you got the lift system spinning around there, I think it's counter rotating that way, and the thrust is pushing down as well to give it the lift, all right, but that's connected, all that power, that 29,000 horsepower is connected to the front of there. Now, just under here, both here and here, these are the roll posts, all right, so that low bypass air that goes outside the pilot can then control it laterally, so it controls the left and right. That's where it gets that air from. And of course, you can't just get all that air and just hover like that. You then need to have a bit of power and thrust vector. So this is where the free BSM comes into it. So look at, here we go, ready, 2.5 seconds, it can actually go. So we'll push that down, and there you go, that's pretty much your hover. That's how it works. So spinning round, sucking all that air. You've got the shaft connected from the from the lift fan to the F135, and you've also got the compression itself anyway. It's got 0.56 bypass, so it's a low bypass engine, and then you've got more thrust pushing down. So you've got the main thrust vectoring here, and of course you've got more thrust pushing down here. You've got the roll posts underneath to control the lateral movement, and there you go. That's how it all sort of works. And I wouldn't recommend it, as Reggie says, for hoovering, but of course you've also got the these elevators as well to push down. See ya. There we go. That's how that's the basics of it anyway. Just something I forgot to tell you about that bit. There we go. Right, so that's 5 out, 5 back. Not bad. And then now it's just a case of waiting now. So that was quite an early sortie for all 5 really. 5 out, 5 in already. So I think it's time for a cup of tea, isn't it? Eh? I think it's time for a cup of tea. Definitely. I hope we get some vertical lands, but it was nice to see the slow land as well. Like I said, they can use that on a carrier, the slow landing. And yeah, so a question that gets fired at me quite a lot is, what can they vertically take off? The answer is yes, they can. But because of the compromising amount of fuel that it takes to do so on a full payload, it's just not worth it. They might as well do what's called a short takeoff. It doesn't need a lot, and we've got examples of this on our YouTube channel. So if you put in short takeoff F-35B, have a good time. Right, I'll leave it here for a minute. I'm just going to go and get a cup of tea, ladies, gents and teddy bears, all right? I'll leave you with the F-35Bs in there. How are they doing in there now? Look at them. But I hope you're enjoying it so far. Thanks for joining us, Ted Coningsby channel. One more show to end the week, and it's been a good week, hasn't it? Really, we're doing all right. We're getting there. Jeff Hughes, how you doing? Christine Barnes, Mark Moody, Ellie J Approach, how you doing? Margot, how you doing? Davey, Tony Rivers, lovely to see you all on here. Hope you're all good. Yeah, Perry, yeah, I do as well. I do. I love that water that's just sprayed everywhere on the slow land. That's pretty cool, and it kind of gives you that carrier effect. Like I said, they do use a slow land on a carrier. Of course, on the carrier they'd probably halt a bit more, but because they got a lot of runway on the on here, they can just sort of let it just roll a little bit. But yeah, it can be used, and of course the vertical land can be used on the carrier, along with what we've just seen today, the I think it's called a shipborne rolling vertical land, right? I might have got a little bit of that back to front, but that is pretty much what it is. But why not just call it a slow land? The current bun is coming out as well. And thank you all so much. Just before I go and get my cup of tea, just get you some shout outs for those that have supported our channel today. Thank you very much, all of you. Ted and I will be wearing our Santa hats for the duration of December. And we start things off with I think we got New Rail Basher. Thank you very much. High five and a Guards March. So New Rail Basher has gifted a Ted Coningsby membership, and he gets himself a high five and a Guards March. And Margot, spreading the love. Happy 96th birthday to Jan Clark's mum on behalf of Ted, Nikos, Claire Bear and Spanner Flight. Thank you very much. A Guards March to Jan Clark's mum from Margot. Blackhawk NZ, how you doing, Blackhawk New Zealand? How you doing, man? Hope you're good. Guards March, thank you very much for the super. And a long-standing member here, we got the Lundy Gruffalo, who's been a member for 22 months, part of our TCS Posh Officers Club, who's put, good morning everybody, has anybody mentioned it will soon be Christmas? You have, right now. Guards March. Emma Tozer, high five. Guards March, welcome to the TCS Posh Officers Club, and a Guards March to you. Wee Stevie boy, well earned cuppa for the F-35 fan. Thank you very much, Guards March. Hope you enjoyed the little demo there, and I'm off to go and get a quick cup of tea if I may. And Ted, what are you gonna have? Voss. Ted loves Voss, by the way. Ted, you should meet up with The Rock. I think Ted and The Rock, if he's tuned in, I think they can work quite well together with Voss. What do you reckon, Ted? Should we get in contact with him? Do you like The Rock? He eats a lot of salmon. Does he? How do you know that? Oh, okay, he's not going to tell me, but okay, apparently The Rock eat lots of salmon like Ted. I wonder if that's true. Ted. Dwayne Johnson, if you are listening, sorry about that. If you don't eat salmon, then my apologies there. But he does drink a lot of Voss. I think he actually owns part of it, doesn't he? But there we go. We're not going to go into too much detail. We are a military aviation channel. See ya. Right, cup of tea, Ted, quickly. Oh, to the lady who worked at Costa at Bexwell. Thank you for providing some milk, because I forgot to bring some. Thank you. I didn't catch her name, but thank you very much. Wow, the sun's coming out. Come on. Don't be shy. Put the sun in the sky. Full on mug today. Loving it. Oh, lovely cat at sea. Just gotta hope they take off soon. But I'll tell you what, the weather is lovely and mild. It is all good. Oh, that's a lovely cup of tea. Right, was that Popeye the Sailor Man just then? Right, what we got up here, Ted? Okay, well, we'll have a little bit of history here then with the Ted Coningsby channel. Time to get nostalgic and to remember our past that once served here, because that's what it's all about. So refueling the aircraft upon arrival keeps that topped up, stops any issues inside the fuel tanks, condensation, because it can be highly dangerous if you don't top that up. And I've had a few people missing the Leonardo DiCaprio. And I'll tell you what, Leonardo, mate, if you're watching, all the rock, to be honest. Had a few people miss the old mugs here now. Check this one out there. For the slow landing, because they were pretty good. They were pretty good. Ace. Yeah, it's got red as well, it's good. Oh yeah. Don't expect your vehicle to be well, if you've got a white vehicle, yeah. I doubt you're going to see it white again. Right, let's hope for some more departures. It was quite nice to have all 5, you know, within a short space of time, and then come back in an hour with 1 low approach and 5 slow landings. It was quite good. Although I must confess, I nearly missed one of the takeoffs. Just couldn't see it. That's my excuse anyway. Big shout out to the 207 Squadron OCU as well for the officer who gave me that wonderful patch a couple of weeks back. That was really nice. I'm going to show you some of the things around here, because it's got a lot of history, loads of history here. Nice and quiet. Do you know what? See, that wind makes a huge difference. Probably would have been quite good to go to, well, always stick to the plan as I say, but I bet the Reds will be up today, I think. So yeah, as we look at the vicinity here at RAF Marham, although today it also has RAF Regiment as well. You can see the oh, it's a bit squeaky, isn't it? You can see the Reggie assault course there. Look, that's where they run around chasing chickens and chuckens and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, there we go. I mean, as we just look at the vastness and the vicinity of this whole area, you've only got to just understand that, and also as you're driving along, you may see on Google Maps remains of RFC aerodromes. Now that stands for Royal Flying Corps. They were, of course, before the Royal Air Force, by the way. So the Royal Flying Corps, for those that don't know, was an air arm of the British Army. So a bit like the US Army Air Force of the United States. And the Royal Flying Corps, before and during the First World War, they emerged until it merged with the Royal Naval Air Service on the 1st of April 1918 to form the Royal Air Force. This is how it, Sir Hugh Trenchard, the founder of the Royal Air Force. Now, during the early part of the war, the RFC, as it's abbreviated, supported the British Army by artillery cooperation and photographic reconnaissance. So a lot of the biplanes, some of the early photo reconnaissance aircraft during that time. Now, the work gradually led RFC pilots into aerial battles with opponents, and later in the war started to learn strafing of enemy infantry and emplacements, bombing of military airfields, etc. So it's got a long line of history, but as far as Marham's concerned, it was an RFC aerodrome which opened in 1916, and it's close to the former Royal Naval Air Station Narborough, which later was known as RAF Narborough. Now, Marham's base, originally a military light landing ground on an 80-acre, that's 320,000 square meters, and it's a site within the boundary of today's Royal Air Force Marham. Now, in 1916, the aerodrome was handed over to the Royal Flying Corps. Now, throughout the First World War, Marham's role was literally the defender of Norfolk. This was the main RFC base from what I've read, and it was 51 Squadron who became the very first unit to operate at the station, RFC Marham, and upon their move in September 1916, they were flying home defence missions. The aircraft such as the FE-2B, it's the Royal Aircraft Factory, FE-2B was, I believe, the first aircraft to operate here. Had a V-type undercarriage, and you want to have a look at the aircraft itself. Manufactured between 1914 and 1918, introduced to the Royal Flying Corps in September 1915. It was operated as a day and night bomber. Amazing to imagine biplanes operating as bomber aircraft. You just couldn't imagine unless you were there. It's quite outstanding. Now, outside of home defence, Marham also acted as a training base for nighttime flying, with this again provided by 51 Squadron. Also, 191 Night Training Squadron was formed at Marham on the 6th of November 1917, and number 193 Training Squadron were also here. I wonder what, it's so fascinating. Each squadron I read about, it has its own history, and then it amalgamated, and then there was a B flight, and then it formed another squadron, and it spawned another squadron, etc., etc. But to celebrate Armistice on the 11th of November 1918, the aircraft from Marham bombed Narborough with bags of flour, and in return bombed Marham with bags of soot. So it was I love throwing that in. And it was number 51 Squadron departed Marham on May 1919 for Sutton's Farm. Again, more history you could have a look at. And then that meant the closure of the base. So May 1919, that was it. But it was time to get rearmed, and that was from 1935. There was a lot of work carried out here at RAF Marham, and work started on a new airfield which became active on the 1st of April 1937. So that was Marham's World War II sort of start. So just before, about 3 years before RAF Coningsby was built, the resident heavy bomber unit was formed within number 3 group, and that was again RAF Bomber Command. The first squadron itself, arriving from RAF Mildenhall, was number 38 Squadron, who arrived on the 5th of May 1937 with Fairey Hendon bombers. Quite a beautiful aircraft. Again, lots of aircraft for you to have a look at. It was a monoplane, it was a heavy bomber, but again, this was before, I don't think, it didn't get to see any operational, didn't really take part. Just wondering, I can hear loads of noises in that. But yes, the only Hendon equipped unit was number 38 Squadron. It began operational service at RAF Mildenhall, but when number 38 arrived here at RAF Marham, but it was really obsolete. It came out too late, shall we say, because there were further bombers. Once the Vickers Wellington came into operation by January 1939, the Hendons had been retired and were then used for ground instruction work, including the radio school at RAF Cranwell. So Hendons were kind of much, you know, as you improve technology, this is the thing with aircraft. There's going to be something bigger and better, and you just keep going. But anyway, enough of that. So in June, number 115 Squadron reformed at RAF Marham with the Handley Page Harrow. Again, another classic. The engine configuration reminds me of the PBY, the Catalina, that type of thing, with the wings sat on top of the fuselage. I forgot the name of that design. It was twin engine. It was a high wing monoplane with the fixed undercarriage, so the engines were kind of sat on top of the fuselage, if that makes sense, if you have a look at that. But they were sharing the aircraft between 38 and 115 until number 38 Squadron received the Vickers Wellington, and it was the Mark I, and the bombers arrived in December 1938, followed in April 1939 by 115 Squadron. So you had now an established beautiful bomber, which I've got here to show you, the Vickers Wellington bomber. A beautiful aircraft with a geodetic airframe. So I do have this poor engine too, has lost one of its blades, oh dear. But this, a classic, I think it was produced throughout the whole of the Second World War, the Vickers Wellington. So we now start to see Vickers Wellington bombers with both squadrons. Number 218 moved to Marham as well in on the 27th of November 1940. They also operated the Wellington bombers. Now the bombers here took part in a lot of mine laying, all right, or gardening as they called it, and that really put you know, that really delayed and became a right headache for those U-boats, you know, mine laying and fleets attacking by seas. It became a right pain, but of course that was the duty. Also a bomber as well, took part in a lot of bombing as well and raids. 218 Squadron moved to Marham as well, and they too operated the Wellingtons, but eventually they converted to short Stirling bombers. Now I mentioned geodetic airframe. This airframe was almost like the, can you see the fence down here? It's almost like a spiral mesh, and it was designed by Barnes Wallis. So if you imagine an airframe, that could take a lot of battle damage. Again, I've always highlighted this. Please visit the Marham Aviation Heritage Centre, and they will show you some beautiful photos. You can just about see the sort of examples here. If you've got larger models of the Wellington, the skin, you can, I mean, very cleverly, you can see the geodetic airframe. It could take some serious battle damage, as you can see on this one. It can take some serious battle damage. And the problem was, though, 2 engines just wasn't powerful enough. This was going to become a thing in the future, but we can't take it away of this beauty. Barnes Wallis designing the geodetic airframe of the Vickers Wellington bomber, an absolute beauty. But eventually, like I said, 4 engines has more power, and I've got them to scale. I want to show you entering service the short Stirling bomber, which was kind of like taking over, and it became the very first World War II bomber with 4 engines. I mean, look at the, they are to scale, by the way, they are to scale, and you can see the difference. About 23 feet longer, I think it was, in total. Look at the size difference. Powerful engines, the Olympus, the Bristol Olympus, sorry, the Hercules engines, I think it was it the Olympus? I'm gonna have a quick look again. I forgot the engine now, I've got a bit of a headache actually. But look at that, beautiful, beautiful short Stirling bomber, a 4-engine bomber, to the first 4-engine bomber of the Royal Air Force to enter service with 4 engines, giving more power. It's a beauty, it really is, the short Stirling. A lot of people's favourites as well. The short Stirling with max speed of 282 miles per hour, as opposed to 232 on the Wellington, I think it was. 282, powered by the Bristol Hercules on these. Absolutely incredible, wasn't it? Absolutely incredible. Really amazing to have that. So a lovely spec of this. But yeah, max speed of the Wellington was 235. I was close with Bristol Pegasus engines, but this one, the short Stirling, absolutely amazing, right? Really cool. So there's our first sort of 4-engine bomber entering service. Amazing, right? Can I just say, the payload on those, right? If you think about what we've just said, right? If we've got, let me just have a quick look at the payload. Bombs, 14,000 pounds of bombs on that. And then what's the payload on, let's say, an F-35B? And then we will have a bit of a, let's have a look, because they are slightly different, the payload on the F-35B. Just trying to get the F-35B payload for you, because it's slightly different than the others. Right, hang on. So you've gone from 14,000 pounds of bomb, that's 6,400 kilograms of bombs. And then the payload on the F-35B, if I've got it, is, actually it's not bad, is it? 15,000 pounds of bombs. That's quite remarkable. That's quite incredible. That is incredible. So not much in it between a Stirling and an F-35B, right? But I suppose the armament that they had then and now is a little bit different. So how cool was that? That's the first time I've actually had a look at that. Let me just move this out of the way a little bit. Oh, that's baffled me, that has. Just 1,000 pounds in it. That's quite remarkable. I was having a look at that. That's, you got to give it to that man. You know what I mean? That's quite remarkable. Wow. Also, RAF Marham is also linked with the de Havilland Mosquito as well, with number 105 Squadron. They also arrived in 1941. Now, Marham became part of the Pathfinder force. So for those who don't know, the Pathfinders were in front. Beautiful. I don't know who got that picture. Was it Dr. Soda that got that? Someone managed to buy this beautiful picture of the Pathfinders with the Lancaster behind the Mosquitoes. The Mosquitoes will go and drop like flares on the targets to make it more accurate. So for nighttime bombing, the Lancasters will just look out for the flares and drop them on the targets. That was called the Pathfinder Force. Absolutely brilliant. Also, the Oboe Precision Bombing Aid was also here. But just one tragedy though. On Monday, the 24th of November 1941, a Vickers Wellington of 115 Squadron took off with the serial number Z8863. Took off on a, there was a, It's quite a sad story because they all lost their lives. It was all 6 crew members I've got here, and it was 3 passengers that died in that crash. It was more like a jolly flight. It was a training flight, but the circumstances are unknown why it crashed, and it crashed by HMP Whitmore, the prison near March, yeah, there is a memorial for it there for those that want to look into that. Z8. It was, you know. It's just having a look now, the Z8863, which crashed during a training flight with it. From what I found, it's got unknown circumstances why it crashed. No one seems to know. So, just touching in on that, actually, a lot of crashes weren't in combat, weren't in the battlefield. A lot of OTUs lost their lives. That's operational training units. I think there's one that happened nearby here as well, with Narborough. You'll find a lot of that, especially over the Peak District, the Brecon Beacons, Dartmoor, on the Highlands of Scotland. A lot of, not just because of the terrain as well, but there are a lot of crash sites, and they're not related to any interaction with aerial combat. During March 1944, Marham closed for construction of new runways. So that was kind of like the end of so we're kind of closing in on World War II, and it was now time, similar to Lakenheath, again, that time period. We're now getting B-29s. We've got the Cold War brewing, Avro, Ray Chadwick working on, of course, the Avro Vulcan. We're starting to get different aircraft involved, and it was time for Marham to have the Class A runways. And as late as as late as 1944, it was time for B-29s, a very different aspect. So the Class A runways are your triangular configuration, 6 directions of travel, which makes it a much better, more accurate way to operate and getting your aircraft in the prevailing wind rather than fighting crosswinds and etc. So you've got 6 directions of travel that way, because aircraft have been designed to take off into the wind. They go against it, and again, if you're landing, that will give you a bit of drag to assist you with your landing as well. So that's called a Class A. Marham was one of the sites, as well as Sculthorpe as well, that was selected. Now, Cold War introduced the B-29s as well. There was an exercise that happened here on the 15th of March 1946. You had B-17s and B-29s. I think it was Project Ruby, so we got to see them as well. And in 1948, RAF Lakenheath was then to be handed over and operated by, newly operated by the United States Air Force. So the squadrons that operated there were actually here as well. The 2nd Bombardment Group, 22nd, the 43rd, the 307th and the 509th. Some of those were actually rotational and actually were the first residents, such as the 2nd Bombardment Wing at RAF Lakenheath and the 307th as well. On the 22nd of March 1950, the very first aircraft arrived here using the newly Boeing Washington B-1. What is that? Well, the Boeing Washington, just like the Boeing Fortress, they were names given to RAF RAF aircraft that were known as different things. So let me explain, didn't quite explain that properly. So a Boeing Washington in the RAF is actually a B-29. It was just given a different name. So the United States Army Air Force had the B-17s, the Boeing B-17 Super Fortress. In the Royal Air Force, it was called the Boeing Fortress because the RAF did actually operate Boeing B-17s. And some at 214 and some other squadrons that were operating it for the very first time at RAF, is it Porlock? Yes, I'm going to go with that. Polbrook, that's it. It'll come to me when I don't do this for a while. It will come to me. Some of the very first, I think it was 214 with Bravo uniform. There was a few other. So basically, Boeing Washington was the B-29. All right, so it was that was operating here. And then in the 50s, this became a Canberra home. Oh, yes. So Marham Airfield was home to the units operating the English Electric Canberra. Beautiful aircraft. And later, the V-Bomber Force and tankers, so the Vickers Valiant and the Handley Page Victor were once home here. The station is also one of the few large enough to operate the B-52s. They were here as well on a strategic air command sort of exercises, that kind of thing. So this this took it onto a new era with a lot going on here, and it was only in the early 80s did things change again with RAF Marham, with the introduction of course, the GR1 Tornado. That's right, the Tornado were here. The first Tornado GR1 to be delivered to Marham was ZA601, and that was on the 24th of April 1982 from BAE Wharton, and in preparation for the reformation of 617 Dambusters, which stood up again on the 1st of January 1983. This was slowly followed by 27 Squadron, which reformed at Marham on the 12th of August as well of that year, 1983. So you got a few changes as a few squadrons started to disband as we get to the late 80s. 55 Squadron, the last Victor K2 unit, was left at the base. 57 Squadron disbanded. So soon the Victors started to, finish up, especially after the Falklands War. But RAF Marham's Victors actually took part in assisting that Operation Black Buck of those Avro Vulcans from RAF Waddington, by the way. That was pretty awesome. I think you had Nimrods here for a little bit, just for a little bit, of number 42 Squadron. They spent a year here based at Marham while St Morgan was had a runway repair, and lots of other things going on here. GR1s, and then 27 Squadron disbanded in September 1993 with this aircraft and crew transferring to number 12 Bomber Squadron, who moved to RAF Lossiemouth in 1994. 55 Squadron, the last of the RAF Victor Squadrons, they disbanded at Marham in October 1993. So you're slowly starting to see things disappear. Number 39, number 1 Photographic Reconnaissance Unit Squadron, they arrived at Marham with its Canberra PR7s and PR9s from RAF Whitton. RAF Whitton still has the Canberra as a gate guardian, which is kind of cool. It's quite accessible. Again, we always say, please go and seek permission before you take photos and videos, etc. Following on towards when we start to get to 1998, we start to see 31 Squadron. They left RAF Bruggen in Germany on the 17th, who landed their Tornadoes at precisely 13:31. I love saying that story as well. Number 39, 1 PRU, thus Photographic Reconnaissance Unit Squadron, they disbanded on the 31st of July 2006. This now finished that era of English Electric Canberra operations. Sadly, that's 52 years legacy. That's phenomenal. Whereas if you look at RAF Coningsby, the Canberra started life in 1953. Oi, how you doing? Bless them, always getting a nice wave there and a beep. That didn't go too long in 1967 when the flying can openers arrived at RAF Coningsby with the Phantoms. So it's the way it goes, sadly. Let's have a look what else we got. Another story to say. RAF Marham was officially granted the freedom of the city of Norwich in 2008. And this allowed to march through the streets of Norwich with bayonets fixed. This is usually carried out in occasions such as the annual Battle of Britain parade held on the 12th of September. What else we got? GR4 started to come in. There was deployments to Operation Ellamy, duties of operational duties of Operation Ellamy, the Gulf War, and then after that, late 2010s, we started to see Tornado Squadrons disband. 14th of February 2018, number 12 Squadron disbanded. The personnel were reassigned to Marham's other Tornado Squadrons, number 9 and number 31. Until finally the last 8 deployed to Tornado GR4s returned home to RAF Marham from Akrotiri. And then we're going to start to see a very different change now. We're going to start to see the Tornadoes start to retire and then enter the F-35B. The Lightning Corps, the Lightning operation, when it was announced, when the Ministry of Defence announced in March 2013 that the entire British fleet of Lockheed Martin F-35B aircraft, which would operate jointly with the Royal Air Force and the Royal Navy, the 5th generation jet, the first aircraft arrived on the 6th of June 2018 when the first F-35Bs of the 617 Dambusters arrived here as well. And yeah, and now we kind of see a transition now, and sadly goodbye to the Tornado at that time. Very sad story for them, because I know there's a lot of us that loved the Tornado. I for one loved the Tornado as well. It was as a kid, that was my favourite aircraft, and it was sad to see that just finish up really. And but you know, technology changes, so do your opponents. And it's just a state and a case of keeping up with the Joneses, really. You can't just, you know, imagine. I know that it's actually quite horrible to imagine a Spitfire being put in a skip, because that is exactly what happened. I can't get my head around that. But then you can't just fly Spitfires for the rest of today, because, mind you, it probably be quite effective. Probably with the technology we have today, it probably couldn't pick up a Spitfire. So, don't know, one of those things. But hey, there we go. We're here for aviation. You know how it is. Well, with that canopy being up, that's a good sign. Yeah, that is a good sign that the canopy's up, by the way, so I don't think it'll be too long. I do love RAF Marham. It is just something different, and you can expect the unexpected, and it's all about the vertical landings, and when we get one, it's like gold, isn't it? It's like strike it lucky. And yeah, so 1st of April 2019 was the complete retirement from service of the Tornadoes. Farewell fly past took part 19, 20 and 21st of February, and on the 28th of February 9 GR4s flew from RAF Marham for a Diamond 9 formation, fly past over RAF Cranwell. I wish I was into this then, because imagine that, eh? Imagine that. Imagine I got that, eh? Never mind, that's the way it is. And thanks everyone who's tuned in today, and hope you're all enjoying the show so far. As we wait for our next movements. And just as we wait, it goes without saying to mention the other squadrons here. So we mentioned 617 Squadron, the Dambusters squadrons. They fly the F-35B. We said about 207 Squadron, they're the operational conversion unit. And we said about 809 Naval Air Squadron. Now, they formed back up in 2003 in December. Could be their anniversary today, I don't know, but don't have the exact date. But they've been recommissioned for a year now. But we cannot go without saying 2620 Squadron, the Royal Auxiliary Air Force Regiment, who are based here as well. It is an RAF Reserve Combined Force Protection Squadron, offering RAF Police and RAF Regiment roles, so a big shout out to them. It offers mobilisation opportunities in the UK and overseas, as well as training and operating in ground-based security roles as well. So for those that like to know more, they require a minimum commitment of 27 days paid per year, which results in an annual tax-free lump sum bounty payment. Also, 15 Squadron RAF Regiment are based here as well. They fall under Free Force Protection Wing. They're capable of delivering a full spectrum of force protection effects, including dismounted close combat, ground extraction, close quarter battle, and operating in a CBRN, that's chemical, biological, radioactive and nuclear environment. Now, the squadron itself, the personnel includes tactical RAF police, mechanics, chefs, clerks and a paramedic, and you've got to have chefs in there for the chucking. and equipped with support weapons such as general purpose machine guns, sustained fire role, and anti-tank weapons, which we've got that on our members only video with Reggie having a go on that. They're able to assist a JPR, that's joint personnel recovery and ground extraction force, and regularly conduct training exercises across the UK and overseas in support of RAF operations as well. Also, shout out to the 6 RAF police and security squadrons F-35 that are based here as well. They're number 6 RAF police, and they're units from coast of Norfolk to the Welsh border, and they're dedicated to provide policing, security and counterintelligence effect in order to skill the F-35 force and protect the F-35 platform, people and programme in the UK and overseas. Also, the units based here are, we have Lightning Force HQ, and of course, as mentioned, 809 Naval Air Service. Big shout out to the new officer commanding of 617, who's I believe the first OC to come from a Royal Marines background. No worries, thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed the history and the wonderful aircraft. I was actually shocked. That's why I didn't really know what to say about the Stirling's £14,000 of bomb payload, and then the F-35 has what, 15? That's quite remarkable, if I may say so myself. I was a bit sort of stuttering. I was thinking, is that right? Have I got that right? Pretty amazing if you think about it. Or is that, hang on a minute, is that the underwing pylons enabling stores carriage of up to, hang on a minute, hang on, I may have read that wrong, you know. Yes, I have read that wrong. It's the so it's the pylons that can add on £15,000. Right, okay. So fully loaded, the F-35B can deliver £22,000 of destructive and defensive power. Oh, this is a good one. If you're struggling to imagine a £22,000 payload, it's the equivalent of the heaviest bomb carried. Oi, oi! Oh wow, it's Rolls Royce. Yes! Yes! Pick up the lift system! Hell yeah! So the Grand Slam was £22,000. Right, okay. Right, let's take that back then. £22,000 then, payload, and then £14,000 in total of the short Stirling bomber. I do apologise for that. I do like to try and get my... It just didn't sound right. I was like, that ain't right. I've misread that. Go on, engines. I think we had a bit of an engine going off there now. Look at that. Beautiful. One of the things to mention as well, what I was reading about different engines, is the problem with exhausts. I do read what night fighters from Germany, the Luftwaffe, were looking out for, because of course the Royal Air Force were carrying a lot of nighttime bombing missions, and I was thinking, what sort of technology did they use at night to track aircraft at night? And you know what? There was a bit of a flaw with some engines, because at night when they switched, they didn't think about the flames coming out the exhaust. And what night fighters used to do, they used to cleverly have a look at the flames. If there was 4 visible flames spaced out, then they knew they had a bomber on their hands, and the pilot would just, I was reading it, and just say, would aim sort of like in between, sort of like the flames, not here, they'll aim about here, in the pitch black, complete darkness. And then of course this was a flaw with you'll see the Lancaster bomber as well, which I don't have one here, with actual dampeners on the exhaust. There was covers on the exhaust to hide the flames, because that was a bit of a giveaway. So very clever in understanding tactics. Again, night fighters as well, and daytime fighters of the Luftwaffe would also wait to actually see what escorting aircraft that were escorting the bombers. And what they would do, there's two things they would do. One, they would either engage to pick them off, or they would wait, especially if it was one of the, like a P-47 Thunderbolt. It drank a bit of fuel, so they would wait for the for that changeover, that swap over. So when the escorting aircraft would leave the bombers, you know, unprotected, that's when they'll go in and try to attack the bombers. But one problem I found is, which is why bombers would always fly in formation, because I was reading a story from one of the Luftwaffe pilot that said that you've got to be careful when you're flying and about to initiate an attack on bombers, because they cleverly said, well, take a B-17, multiply the machine guns being fired at you. You know, and that really made sense. The most daring thing they would do is to actually attack from the front. Dangerous, but also could be possibly effective as well. You know, so many tactics, and it was very interesting to read from both sides what they would do in situations and scenarios. Very, very interesting. So this is the short Stirling bomber that was based here. Imagine that. Oh, if I could sort of green screen my hand away, that would be beautiful, wouldn't it? Anyway, there we go. I'm just gonna go and get a cut tea. I don't think it'll be too long before we get a takeoff, you know, or a start-up. No, something tells me we may get a start-up. So one of the oi, oi! One of the things I cannot wait to talk to you about is this. There it is, the jug. This is the Razorback one though. This is the P-47D Thunderbolt. This was the Razorback, one of the earlier ones, before they realised that the view was marred for the pilot. The pilot didn't really get a full orbital view, so they made the bubble canopy eventually. But this is wow, a lot of people's favorites. It's a very, very clever engine on this one. It's air-cooled radial engine, Pratt & Whitney A2800, fantastic. The air intake was just under here, and it had a beautiful intercooler system where it's very, very clever. You won't believe the engine, the intercooling system. So you'd have the air going all the way back here, and you had like a supercharger here, and that would feed the air all the way to here. Now the benefit of having air cooled rather than oil liquid cooled is the fact this could take an absolute battering. If 2,000 horsepower wasn't enough, about here inside, those of you who've watched Fast and Furious with the NOS button, this had 30 gallons of a water and alcohol mixture, which would give an extra, I think it was 200, or was it 300? I think it was 300 horsepower boost. But they would only use that in an emergency, because of course that would run out. So whether they needed to get away from attacking fighters, an absolute, it was nicknamed the Jug because if you stood it up, it looked like a milk jug. Four-bladed Pratt & Whitney radial engine. You know, a bit of Lakenheath in the background. So yeah, this is about 15,000 were made. Half of them were Bubble and Razorback. There was a couple of hundred of the B and C variants as well. Drop tanks. I think the 48th, with their P47s, they actually had blood plasma. They actually during the Normandy campaign, they would actually drop blood plasma carefully, almost like the Operation Carpetbaggers, for those that know of the RAF Harrington, the Carpetbaggers. They would cleverly put two more drop tanks on the P47 and fill it to actually bag up carefully blood plasma. One of the other things with its 8 cannons, the P47 Thunderbolt with its 8 cannons as well, the power of these, and they were carefully spaced out, this was deliberate, it would actually slow the aircraft down by 35 miles per hour when it fired all 8 cannons. Imagine that. An amazing, beautiful, beautiful, stunning aircraft. Again, you know, pros and cons for being so heavy. An absolute beast. This was the part of the duct of the intercooler and the turbocharger system as it feeds on. There's a little motor here which powers the turbocharger as well. An absolutely incredible P47 Thunderbolt. And again, this was the, you know, the literally a real amazing friend to have if you were on the ground and needed close air support, because this was the very start of close air support. This was the aircraft with the 9th Air Force initiated attacks and support the troops on the ground. This was a lifesaver if you're on the ground. And you know what? This is why they named the A-10 the Thunderbolt. They named it after this because this was the very start of close air support. This aircraft gave that innovation, which is why it's called the A-10 Thunderbolt 2. Beautiful. But I can talk more about that tomorrow when we're at Lakenheath. An absolutely beautiful P47D Thunderbolt. I thought I'd show you that one. Thanks a lot, Jeff from AGR, for providing the models. All right, there is a startup already. Taxi via Bravo. Can't even hear the engines, man. Yeah, I mean, the Thunderbolt was a tank. You could have half your cylinders missing on that thing. The benefit of air-cooled, I forgot to tell you, so if you've got liquid-cooled, you're in a bit of trouble, because if you get hit in your sort of engine bay area, you will have serious overheating issues because you'll leak a lot of that fluid. Bless you. I forgot that. Thanks a lot, Perry. Yes, you can probably hear the engine starting up on the microphone through your homes, and you know, and you know, whatever device you're watching it from. But in the real world, I can't hear it. So the microphone is very, very sensitive. Good and bad, if you know what I mean. If you're near us and chatting away there, we'll pick it up. Live is live and all that. Ground run. Ooh, may not be. It could be just a ground run actually. Hang on.
Airfield F-32, man, play, proceed with your move, and I'll receive a green light, you can cross to 01 threshold, Charlie 3 to Charlie 2, report vacated.
The visibility's a bit better now.
Airfield F-32, 01 vacated onto Charlie 2, report when Charlie 1. Airfield F-32, man, tower, roger.
Yeah, I'm not sure, sadly, if it's just going to be a ground run, unfortunately. Oh, hang on, here we go. Well, if they bring it out. Let's have a look. Well, ground runs are usually done here, which is pretty cool. No, we are getting a departure. Oh yeah. Cool. And we're getting a departure and a ground run as well, which is pretty cool because they do it right here. Yes. Bring it. Oh, what's this? Oh, a kite. Oh, who saw that Kestrel shot the other day, right? That was a golden moment. Yes, I've turned it into a video, so it'll be out soon.
On the runway.
flight depart runway track. Untitled 150, squawk 6511 Eastern. Stood for when airborne, primary tab 061, backup 122. Flight depart runway track, flight 150, squawking 6511 and Eastern. Stop for when airborne, tab 61 and 122. Doctor, is that correct? Mount Tower 15.
Alright, so we do have departures as well then. Well, it's very convenient that they do the ground runs here rather than, you know, out of our sight. That would be so good, that. Flight of 4?
One flight Mount Tower 10706.
Flight of 4, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Flight of 4, here we go. Send it. Beautiful light now, isn't it? Beautiful light. That's what I'm talking about. More ribbons than a gift shop on some of those. Oh, ribbons and spluffage, that's what we need. Colin Brammer, how you doing, man? Hope you're good. beautiful departures, beautiful. Nicely controlled, just, you know it is. Love ground runs, they're really cool. Enjoy music to your ears very shortly. Gotta love a ground run. Ground run, just making sure that everything's all sweet and neat with the aircraft. A good way to check engine. Beautiful, love it. Oh, can't wait, because you might get the lift system going as well. It is millions, yeah. Graham Matthews, how you doing? Edward Coates, hope you're good. Doncaster Lass, Keefy boy, how's it going? Hope you're all good. Mark Moody, what up? Chris White, what up? Nigel Fountain, Summer Morchorn. Colin, you'd absolutely destroy this place with your photography. Colin Brammer, a very, very talented photographer who's kindly has not only supplied a few images for our charity book, Colin's also supplied with his exclusive permission to use a couple of his wonderful photography for our thumbnails, and has provided many images for our auctions, our charity auctions that we had this year as well. So Colin, thank you very much from all of us. Colin's got a wonderful website as well. Check him out at flightart.co.uk. If you'd like to buy and purchase artwork, he is the man. Well, I hope they come in as a 4-ship. Right, just having a cup of tea. You can hear the short Stirling engines on the model just really going for it. Bless it. You want to fly, don't you? Beautiful. Oh man, can't do it here now. Coming up. just topped up me mug of tea. Oh, that's lovely. That is a good one. Oh, looking forward to this ground one. Bed Ted's here. Got Mrs. Coningsby here with us as well. Right, just gonna have just gonna have a cup of tea and watch this ground run, eh? I love the fact that they bring it out here. How cool is that though? Seriously. We've got startups, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Bolt. Oh, so this is a good day for Marham. What a day. So Bolt start. So we've got 2 more startups, I think. Flight of 2, I think it is. Do you know what? I'll just take anything right now because we're about to. So we've got 9. We've had 9 departures today, and 5 of those have come back. And hopefully we get ourselves some VLs. Wow, just 78 subscribers to go for 77k. What a journey. What a journey. Let's pin that up there now. So I can just about hear the startups. So yeah, again, I get asked this quite a lot. Why don't the F-35Bs use reheat or the afterburners? Why doesn't the Typhoon use it? They don't need to. They don't need to. First of all, the Typhoon, let's take the Typhoon for example. The Typhoon, this has a very outstanding thrust to weight ratio, so it really does not need to use the reheat or afterburners. First of all, it's not very economical, so it will use a lot of fuel for doing that. It will give the Typhoon an extra 30% increase in power, but there's no need to use it. You'll use it in a QRA or performance takeoff, for example. The F-35B, due to the Stovall attribute, doesn't need reheat, really does not require to use the afterburners. Again, it's not very economical and it would use a lot of fuel, so there's no need to use it. The F-35A, on the other hand, depending on the payload, it potentially would need to use it. And of course, the F-15E Strike Eagle, being a heavier aircraft as well, that would most certainly need, 9 times out of 10 would use the afterburners as well for that extra power. But again, afterburners, reheats, they're not very economical. They will give you a boost in power, of course, naturally, but that's the way it is. Now I can hear these startups now. Brandon Jackson, how you doing? John Schomburg, Captain A. Hope we're all good. Colin Brammer, this is the place to be if you want to see a VL from an F-35B. Bring a 600mm, Colin. It's my recommendation. I forgot what Colin's got. 600mm be banging, really. Proper good. Unless you got up to 400 with a teleconverter or something, that would be good. Amazing that you can hear the startups and I can't. The microphone is very sensitive. It's good. You know how it is. It's time to ride. Perry, how you doing? Oh no, there's 78 subscribers to go for 77k. Babsar, thank you very much. This is going to be amazing, this sound. The light is magnificent at the moment. Michelle Rassico, how you doing? Hope you're good over there. Watching from Canada. Neil Swadling, how you doing? Oi oi, plane's looking great and the sun is out. I know. Lovely to get the TEDs out. Can we all get... Actually, members, if you can all smash the emojis out, that'd be great as well. Let me just do a little adjustment so it's not too bright for you all. There we go. Oh, hello. Bit of flappy. Yeah, members, if you can all do the honours of putting out all your emojis. Get them out. Emojis out, please, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Oh, hang on, look at this. Just behind the front wheel is the opening that I was on about for the thrust to come out underneath the lift fan. That's the bit I keep forgetting to tell you. Look at it, a closing look. Can you see that? It opens and closes with the lift fan. Did you just see that on the bottom? That's the bit I've been forgetting, and only because there isn't... so I really need to go and track that down. I think I've still got those bits. So, members... reason for the push and using the emojis, that really highlights, and make sure you use them a lot in comments as well. I do get asked by a lot of people, how do you get the emojis? And you know, and the reason for this, yes, I'm going to highlight our membership because it really does support our channel. It really does put fuel in the van, keeps the van road legal and worthy, serviceable, etc. It puts fuel, but we give you YouTube perks back. There are 3 levels of membership, which we'll put on the show during the show, a little TED advert, just to show you how much it does actually help our channel grow and what you get back from it. It's absolutely you don't need to hear it from me. I'm sure our members on here can tell you how much the value of becoming a member is from just the perks alone. We also give our members discount on our online store. The wristbands have been selling absolutely crazy. We have just released a lot of our merchandise for the new season. These have been selling so well. Our glow-in-the-dark wristbands, and but believe me, they really do glow in the dark. We've got new patches, new t-shirts out, loads of stuff, and there's going to be new merchandise throughout the year as well next year. I'll get that out, and especially with our very, very, very big surprise, hopefully coming out at the beginning of the year, which would absolutely is going to absolutely boost the channel. Wow! Now, for those that came to the TED party, know exactly what's going to happen. Can't wait for that. A real big thing. You know, the channel's evolving into, it's not just a YouTube channel anymore. I've said this at the TED party. I said this, the work we do with cadets, the charity work that we do, it's more than just we are recognised and respected because we've always tried to do things the right way. You contact the base, you inform them of anything, we let them know who we are, check in, and you know, the channel's just grown so well. I've got to meet hundreds of you now, and it's just a beautiful buzz, a beautiful community. We're all in the same, we all have the same interest, but with a little bit of a quirk, you know, Ted Coningsby channel with all the bears. They're still yet to come on the show yet. I'm sure they'll be up to their usual antics very shortly. So just quickly, we have the flashy over there, which is a good sign. So over here we've got a ground run, which is nice. Thank you so much, all of our members, for doing that. Captain Weber's wearing her Ted Coningsby lanyard. Yeah, lanyards are in as well. They're new and all. Visit tedconingsby.co.uk. We do ship globally. It's our Ted Coningsby lanyard. They're new as well, and inspired by look at that, beautiful, and inspired from my mopeds in Greece. I really like, you know, quick release, start your moped or your car, and you can still have this on your neck, check back in. It's got a safety clip as well to unclip it. Beautiful. Visit tedconingsby.co.uk, click the store, click shop, enjoy. Okay, so if you just tuned in, this is a ground run. So the maintenance teams will be maybe analysing any work that's been carried out, or just trying to rectify issues, or just having a few checks, make sure everything's all working well from work that's already been carried out engine wise. And I just love the fact that they do it here. Again, another benefit for being here, I guess, as opposed to the chalk lane area. I guess you wouldn't be able to see this really, but of course this position has pros and cons. By you know, if they were using 2-3, we would have probably not seen a lot of the slow land. At least this way we did, so that was quite nice. And again, you haven't got the road noise. It is very, very busy, that road along chalk lane, very busy, and they do, you know, stick to the speed limit at 60, which is very, very noisy. You know, but hey, there we go. It's the way it is. us, Ted Coningsby Channel Live here at RAF Marham. We got 4 F-35s airborne as a complete flight of 4. We got this ground run, and we got a couple more F-35Bs about to taxi. Here we go. There we go. There we go. When you hear information hotel, all right, or information Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, etc., etc., this is referring to the latest ATIS, your Automated Terminal Information Service. It's a pre-recorded message, and it gives pilots a chance to listen in on the latest information regarding the aerodrome. All airports have them, whether it's civilian, domestic, you know, that kind of thing, or military. It's called ATIS, and it's a pre-recorded message. And right, so what it is, it starts off with Alpha, information Alpha. So it will tell them wind direction, the color code, the situation of the runway, what runway's in use, weather details, all that kind of thing, okay? And the latest QFE, like basically the barometer, and all the latest news, right? It gets updated every hour, yes, but if there's a significant change, then it changes again. So if we started with Alpha, say for example, the runway changed, then it will be information Bravo, you know, and then it will say Marham information terminal service, color code, and all that kind of stuff. Information Bravo. The pilots just said information hotel. So it gets changed every hour, but if there's been a significant change in the wind direction or weather, then they will change to the next letter, and so on and so on. It goes on A to Z phonetically. So the pilot's just making sure that he's saying it's information hotel. If it's wrong, then the control tower will say we're now information. So if it was the next one, it will be India. All right, hope that makes sense. Every aerodrome and airport has one. Here we go. 2 of the finest F-35Bs taxiing now. Here we go. And they'll do the same when they're returning. There'll be, I don't know, bulk flight of 2 on information India. So the control tower know they've got exactly the correct details. It's really important they get the QFE correct, because that obviously works on the altimeter. I won't go into details of that, it's quite mind-boggling. Just there are plenty of videos out there and websites explain it. It's quite mind-boggling, the QFE and QNE. It's to do with the, because obviously 1,000 foot where I'm stood is going to be different 1,000 foot at Lossiemouth, for example. It's, you know, it's to do with the barometer that you've got, and the sea level as it rises. Again, we'll go into detail another time on that. It's quite extensive to get your head around it. You've got QNE, and QNH. So, I mean, just to give you an idea, it's the standard value according to the standard altimeter. So, hectopascals. And of course, temperature has a major effect as well, and pressure. So, regional airfield pressure settings, QNH. That is set when flying by reference to altitude above mean sea level, at or below the transition altitude height. Altimeter pressure setting indicating height above airfield or touchdown, that's QFE, is set when approaching to land at airfield where this procedure is in use. Right. So we do have Bolt flight of 2 about to depart. Beautiful. Well, what a day it's been, ladies, gents, teddy bears. It's been incredible. If you've enjoyed it, don't forget to hit that like button. And of course, come join us and subscribe to our one and only channel. 80,000 subscribers doesn't seem so far away anymore. It's incredible, isn't it? The journey, I don't know where it's going to go next year. Cool. Thanks, Davey, for all your info as well. How we all doing? Airborne Womble, how's it going? Hope you're all good. Christopher Carr, how's it going?
Oh, over traffic, northwest, 15 miles south, indicating cycle 145, sending a green off the high street.
Andrew Heatley, how's it going? Andrew Heatley goes, when we go to KFC, I have to just ask for some chicken. Hope you enjoyed the Reggie video. Reggie's got his own little video on our members only video. It's hilarious. Alex Blackcat, how's it going? Daniel G, Mark Moody. Hope we're all good and enjoying the show so far. Simon Watchorn's gifted a Ted Coningsby membership. Thank you very much. We've got Catherine Evans, who's joined the Ted Coningsby Squadron as well. I mean, how convenient to do the ground run here. I mean, that is just so cool. $100K by this time next year. You never know. You never know. Slowly does it there now. Slowly does it there now. Been a good day today, isn't it? So we've had 11 departures today. That's a good day for Marham. That is actually a very good day. A very good day. Anything above 10 is a good day. I've always said that, and it just feels like a very good day. Enough said. That is all. We've got this lovely ground run to, you know, just keep ourselves occupied and have a look how it works to hoover the house with Reggie. Oh, look at that, the free BSM at the back, the free bearing swivel module. 95 degrees in just 2.5 seconds. Beautiful. The lift fan, 50-inch diameter, producing just 20,000 pounds of thrust just on its own. Engine here, although a Pratt & Whitney F135, it is actually the 600 model, as it has a Rolls-Royce components built in, which is the main attribute to the Stovall attribute system that it has, so it can hover, short takeoff and vertical landing. Oh yeah. Thank you, Tony Rivers, for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership as well. Thank you. Loads of you with full support for the channel. Thank you. And already I have been working behind the scenes to produce another marvellous year. And of course, already thinking about our TIAT 3.0. I've already got that sort of planned in. I've got a Lossiemouth trip. I'm just planning that in. As soon as we get to, once things close during the Christmas period, I'll get my calendar. But of course, we'll do our Mac Loop trips. We've got Cobra Warrior next year. We've got a few air shows to do as well. Cosford, one of our exciting ones, which I'm working on the with RAF Cosford itself to have the permission to do so. I'm coming up with a good plan, and to try and bring you some wonderful moments for us all to enjoy. And I'll try my best to do a good run at Hull Beach. I'll try. It's not been a Hull Beach year this year. It's been quite disastrous, really. Last year was amazing. Last year we had everything, and we had some good luck at Hull Beach last year. This year it's just been awful. Just bad weather, things going tech, and just unbelievable. Because this has been a write-off for Hull Beach for us at the Ted Coningsby channel this year. But previous years, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And of course, not forgetting RAF Valley as well to do. Our yearly trip as well, which I link up with Mac Loop as well. It's always good fun there, isn't it? Always good to do that. And of course, Lake District, Ted's Crag, all these wonderful things. Jakey and Day, no worries, that's what we do. Always trying to put smiles on people's faces. That's what we've as a channel, we are a good vibe tribe. the shutdown. Oh, thanks, Mark Moody. You def do that, Nikos. Thank you. I hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. This is always exciting to see a ground run. So we've got 6 F-35Bs airborne at the moment. Will one of them give us a vertical landing, which is what we want? Come on. Believe that's one of the landing pads by the look of it. So this, maybe that's why they didn't do any earlier as well, actually. Keep that clear. So that's the end of the ground run. There are 3 vertical landing pads here at RAF Marham. But hope you all agree it's been a wonderful day so far. Like I said, still early yet. Only just gone 25 to 1. Look at the way the canopy opens from the nose outwards. That's cool. I love that. Babzar, how you doing? Hope you're well. Lovely to see our regulars on here as well. Someone's making a wonderful rumble up there. Master 738, thank you very much. Nikos, will you be bringing out a TED calendar? Well, watch this space, you just never know. You just never know. Not at the moment though, not in the, obviously not for 2025. But that's not to say there won't be one for 2026. So flight of 4 and a flight of 2. Will we? I don't know. Will we get a 4 ship in this? Not really sure. I mean, it does look extremely low. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We're live here at RAF Marham. How we doing? Hope we're all good. I think it's time for a cup of tea as well there now. Yep, just quickly grab a cup of tea before they tow that away. Ground run complete, so they're going to now taxi back. Sorry, tow this back. Been a really, really good day today. Really enjoyed it. Like I said, it just feels good when you've had more than 10 at Marham. It feels exceptional. Thanks, Davey. It's been exceptional, hasn't it? Off we go. Looking forward to potentially seeing a 4-ship, but do you know what? What's more important? A vertical landing. Will we get one today? Will we get one?
Roger, information code Juliet, runway 05, right, have set Marham QNH 30.46 inches.
Ooh. Ooh.
Advice 21 flight, just confirm you are 2 persons on board each aircraft.
Ooh.
Roger, are you familiar with Marham as published?
F-15s? We may F-15s, come on. What, 2 persons on board is not an F-35?
521, down to 1,600.
Advice 21 flight, vectoring for attack to TAC runway 05. Procedure minimum CAT Delta 490 feet.
490 feet. Ah, we not have it lower, like 100.
Procedure minimum for TAC to TAC 490 feet.
490.
And is that low approach depart?
Yes. So we've got F-15s from Lake and Eve. Oh, woo, yeah. Right. Sorry, let me just getting a bit excited. There it is. So F-15s from RAF Lake and Eve by the sound of it. 2 POBs on board. That's an F-15E Strike Eagle, no doubt.
Just a runway check. We do have traffic in the climb out at about 12 miles. Currently indicating 8,000 feet. This will keep you below that.
Nice 21, runway heading to 4,000 feet.
Nice 21, flight turn left heading 075.
Nice 21, left 075.
Feet in time.
Hey, for Vice 21.
Yep, Vice 21.
Can confirm for approach.
51 flight A-firm, close TAC to TAC, runway 05, right hand. Report.
Come on.
The magic's complete.
Nice 21, clear approach. Hold. South. fighting wing, go.
One flight, you check complete.
Oh, one check complete.
Cool.
One flight, Roger. F-15, 8 miles away, approach depart.
So 2 F-15E Strike Eagles Vice 2-1 flight. Low approach.
01372.
Sounds good to me. It's alright, isn't it? We'll have some of that.
Already checked.
Excellent, that's 9 tower, route 35, every contact approach 243, that's 197.
But that's if we can see them, because well, it's not the best. You can't win, can you? You'll either have a really low visibility day with loads going on, or a really nice day with not a lot going on.
2-1, checking in, 4 miles out the tag in.
4 miles out the way from the TACAN. Let's have a look where they are now.
Power Mike 2-1, still looking back around the tag in. 1-5, Roger, break up the approach to start. 5-2-1,
Is that a startup? Well, I'm really sorry, but I can't see them. I think it's just using the TACAN and going round to do the low approach, I think. TACANs usually, when I hear that, they're quite high and then they'll come in to do a low approach. Nice sound. That's not 490 feet, that's way above. It did sound like we got a startup as well, eh? It's all going off here. I'll just hold that there for a moment. Bear with it a moment. I'm hoping, if I got this right, they'll come back round, they connect to the TACAN, and then go round and then do the low approach. It was 490 feet, if I remember. Come on. Quite nice to get this, wouldn't it? Oh, bless you, and Cox, thank you very much as well. So they should be parallel with the runway in just a few seconds, as they're turning 240 feet. Sorry, 240 degrees. So don't forget the runway 0523, so they're kind of parallel with the runway they should be now, coming across out of sight for a moment, and then I guess they'll turn left, heading 50 degrees. Let's have a look. I think we got more startups. I can hear something very faintly in the background, in the distance. Okay, just bear with it a moment. Oh yeah. Unless they cancel, but because I did hear break the approach. Hang on. Let's have a look. So they're okay. They're descending to 1,000 feet, 150. Sorry. Yeah, so TACAN's quite a high approach when they link to the TACAN. It's like, again, it's a form of navigation aid, especially in these conditions as well. So it sounds like they've gone over at whichever altitude above the clouds, turned left again to go parallel with us, and they're now turning 150 degrees. So this could be on track for us then. Come on. Thank you very much, Alex. So yeah, should be doing a low approach at 490 feet. Let's have a look. Mark Moody, yeah, but that'll be awesome to see the Hawker Typhoon. An aircraft similar to the P-47 Thunderbolts. Once it had all its flaws ironed out, the Hawker Typhoon was a very successful aircraft eventually. With, like I said, it had a few flaws, but that's another history lesson. But I guess like a lot of aircraft. Again, played a very similar role to the P-47 Thunderbolt, the Hawker Typhoon, a beautiful, exceptional aircraft. And here we go, low approach. Get down. So we've got two F-15E Strike Eagles from the 48 Fighter Wing at RAF Lakenheath, which is remarkably only, well, if you're going by vehicle, it's about half an hour drive. It's not too bad. And the trouble is, trying to locate them in this. Cleared low approach. 490 feet though, let's have a look. Here we go. It was only going to be short-lived, right? Good to see though, good to see. Nice to add that to the mix as well from today. The other one was slightly higher and you just couldn't see it. It's awful. It's a shame it hasn't lifted. Would have turned the dynamics a little bit better for today. But nevertheless, we've got movement and it's been a good day. Oh, absolutely. It was still good to see, wasn't it? Too right, absolutely. Really good. And like I said, it's a base where you can, again, like every other military base, it's just expect the unexpected. It's so cool. So what we got? Still 6 F-35Bs airborne currently. What a day it's been. It's been a magnificent day already, and we've still got a bit to go yet, so all good.
I see one flight, Fox 0411.
Welcome to RAF Marham. Ted Coningsby channel, bringing you the latest and greatest military aviation around the country. Hope we're all good and in good spirits. It's been a good day, and we've still got...
Radio check.
Oh. All is good. Oh, thanks everyone. 1,000 of you watching. Thank you very much indeed. And I'm just hoping that I can get you a vertical landing. It is exciting to see. It really is. When you start getting, you know, thousands of kilos hovering like that, it's impressive. I would say metal, but they're not really made out of metal, the F-35s. They're predominantly carbon composite. A posh way of saying plastic. But there we go. It's only just gone 1 o'clock as well. 1300 in the UK. Ooh, yeah. Jakey and Day. Yeah, that would be good. Ted can do an impression of one. He has done one before. Ted, how you doing, mate? You alright? Ted hasn't been on for a while. Let's get him on. Ted's going to show some support for all of you lovely people out there and bears that have been supporting the channel. Ted's getting excited. Ted, VL, isn't it? We got to get a VL, Ted. Come on. Got to get one. Gotta get one. So, Babs high five. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Thank you so much, Babs. And Simon Watchorn as well. High five. Guards March. Thank you so much. And for your span of flight service, of course. Thank you. And Catherine Evans, high five, Guards March. Thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Thank you so much. You won't regret it. Tony Rivers, high five. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Ted's loving this. Ted and I will be wearing our Santa hats throughout December, bringing the cheer. Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker, which, thank you. Lovely diamond there, thank you. And Cox, Guards March for you as well, for a cup of tea, Nikos Clare, and a salmon for Ted, sweets for Drew, and shotgun for Reggie. Great stream today, thank you, and thank you very much. Thank you very much for that, thank you. Ted, where's he going? He's gone somewhere. Ted, what are you doing now, mate? You're going to do it? Just going to do an impression of vertical landing. Oh, lovely, Ted. That was very good. Oh, I'm not sure the F-35B can do that, Ted. What's this? No. Oh, nice. Come on.
9 miles, same direction. 2,000 feet below the 17,000 feet F-35 with me.
Alex Blackcat, thank you very much. You should be giving you a Guards March too. Thank you. Vicky Booth, how you doing? F-35 doing a dolphin. Yeah, too right. Thank you. Nice. Oh, Stuart Skeggs. Member for 12 months. 12 months with the greatest aviation streaming channel. All your ATIS family, thank you very much. Good to see you all. Hope you're all good.
25 right hand capstone, 330 feet.
Come on.
Descend to altitude 4,000 feet. And the question to it heading.
So for those that have never seen this before and may have just skipped it, for the there's the Morse code airport identifier. You'll see that there. Why is it not doing it now? Hang on. Oy, there you go. So this red beacon, it's a airfield identification beacon, and it flashes the ICAO code for, so it's actually in Morse code for pilots to identify the aerodrome. So it's actually doing EGYM Echo Golf Yankee Mike. That's the 4-digit ICAO code for Marham. And flashes at intervals so pilots can tune in and make sure when they're actually using the ILS as well, that also they can tune in and listen in to make sure that they have connected to the right localizer for that right correct aerodrome. So it's doing EGYM. Beautiful. What else we got? Will we get VL? We got an opportunity of 6. Come on. I can hear lots of aircraft. Come on. And just to give you a bit more details, there are 6 F-35s, F-35Bs. So there are 3 vertical landing pads here. There are 3 landing pads, and each landing pad measures 67 meters long and of course 67 meters wide. There are a perfect circle with a center landing area of 30.5 meters by 30.5. They are made of slightly different material to cope with the stresses of the thrust from the F-35B.
for turn left heading 1503 west, heading cockpit check to talk, please.
Say 1503, limit check for the on base 24.
Right, here we go. Get ready. It sounds like they're quite close by now. There is a flight of 4 and a flight of 2, so let's see. Sometimes it's a bit of a challenge when I've got 3 that are vertically landing together, 1 on each pad, and that makes it interesting. Come on. Considering this week was, well, it's pretty much been the same sort of weather all week. We've done quite well, 4 out of 5 so far, and our last stream tomorrow for the week, which I feel has been mission complete and successful. It's been a really good week, to be honest. Very cold at Waddington on Tuesday, goodness me. But we got there in the end. Come on. Come on, Ted. Give him a vertical. Come on. See if you can get in contact with the pilots. Just tune in, man. Doesn't sound like they're coming in formation either. So, yeah, it sounds like they're coming in trails, which is one behind each other.
Low to high, 2 low, 1 high.
Come on. Just need a VL.
Get out, I'll take you 4.
This looks like a straight in, I think.
Low to high next. 1 ready, 10.9. This is 2 miles, hold on, identified 7.5 miles. 3 knots, I know 7 knots. 7 miles, turn right, 53060, well left specified. 10.8 back.
So when they're doing a standard landing, a conventional landing, it's aerodynamic braking.
Descend altitude 1,600, Delta 21 flight.
That's some wheelie, that is or to be correct, aerodynamic braking. That's beautiful, beautiful to see that. Hello, what are you saying? Okay, 5 more chances for a vertical landing, come on. Busy up there. Okay, so 4 more chances to get a VL. Will it be the last one, or... Wow, something was making a lovely noise up there. Although sadly, that's my situation. That's the only blue sky I've got. The rest of it is just emotion.
Down, Dunkley 2123 with you, 1031 set.
Two more to come back, using the talk down.
By the Northern Gate, what can you do? 6.1 kilos per hour,
Now, 15 degrees light power.
Oh dear. Might have to go get some water. Not the best time to have that. I want a coughing fit at this time.
Gear down, Dunkley 21. Gear down, Dunkley 23. All flights on. 1 tally. 2 tally.
55, flight time correct and Stirling. Service with you, 508 knots. Moving out, 752, 1050, flight with time correct and Stirling. On flight dog.
Continue. 621, runway site continuing visually.
Yeah, unfortunately they're just straight in, I think, these two.
Slow 180. Climb 16,000.
Okay, so just two left.
I'll reload. We can take a backtrack, or we can take Charlie up to whatever you think the best way of getting back is. Taking Charlie 1 more code up to 61.
Cool. Okay, so we just got two left. It's quite early, really, for our day, but they might even come past here as well, just to give us an oi oi. Does sound like it. They're coming past here. This should be good. Quite rare, but good. It's good. You know how it is. Come on, two left to get a VL. Can we get one? It is the PTOs of landing, if that, or is it the landing of PTOs? One of those two. The weather's actually getting, I don't know what it's doing. 1 minute it's getting worse, next minute it's getting all right. Sounds like they're coming past here. I think they're coming past there, man. Oh, hello. What's this? Oh, yes. So I'm trying to wave and hold the camera at the same time. That. Look at that, that's a nice one, isn't it? That's a good F-35B right there. Look at it. Well, we've now just got 2 F-35Bs airborne to hopefully give us a VL. Come on. Beautiful though, beautiful. Oh, hello, still going. That's beautiful, isn't it? Took the long way around just so we can have a good view. I like that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so you may have spotted the missile rails on the external missile rails on the wingtips there. You know what? They may not be stealth. You don't need to. Not when you're in defence. When you're in defence, ladies, gents and teddy bears, you want to be seen. It's your airspace. It's time to get mean. This is the F-35B. And but ultimately as well, it gives the pilot training as well to fire missiles. But when you're in defence, there is no requirement to be stealth. You need to be seen. You're like, this is MySpace. And then it went to Facebook. Do you remember MySpace? Does anyone remember MySpace? Does anyone have one? Do you remember that? There it is. 2 more to go. I think it's Bolt flight. Bolt flight, this is TED 01 flight, cleared for a vertical landing. That's Bolt flight. If you're tuned in on our frequency air to air, this is TED 01 You are cleared for a vertical landing. Over.
Officer. Section 6. Say fuel, please. 6.0. Copy, Gidget 1 on the train. Expect the hook and another probably nearly time to finish. Yeah, happy. Do another activate one circle because I don't think the first one went particularly well. Yeah, brilliant. All hook left.
Just going to go and get a quick drink of water. Just Andy Williams, how you doing? Hope you're good. Hope everyone's good. Captain A, Margot, Daniel G, Alex Blackcap, Meth, Captain A.
Flow 250.
Tell you what, it's actually raining over the airfield. Look at this. The rain. No way. It's raining over there now. Not good. I'm not sure what direction that's going to go in. Hope it's not over here because we're going to get a little bit emotional. Mind you, it's just, tell you what, before this subsides. Right, it's not raining over this bit. Look at that. But it's raining over this part of the airfield. Amazing. Now, when I had my cat, bless him, I used to wonder why he used to look out of out the front door. He'll go to the front of the window, and then he'll go to the garden window and have a look and think. And I always used to wonder why they did that. They're right. Cats are smart. It's like it's actually better weather at the front door. I'm going to go that way instead. Amazing. Cats are funny. A bit emotional. I don't know if that's coming here or not. This could be a very wet interval. Right, let's go and Ted, you're right there, mate. We need to put your jacket on, man. Ted, I know you got anti-G fur, but I'm not sure it's good for the rain, or the rain's good for anti-G. I'm not sure what's going on at the minute with that weather. It looks pretty bad. How you doing, man? All right?
Yeah, no, I met you before actually.
Yeah, how's it going? Okay. You all right?
Yeah, out in all weathers.
Oh yeah, too right. As long as I've got my tea, I'm fine.
Much activity?
Yeah, lots today. Really good today. Yeah, really good.
Well, I'll come and have a quick look, see if anyone's going on down here.
Yeah.
I'll leave you be.
All right, buddy. You have a good one.
Cheers.
See ya. Oh, thank you very much for getting us to 1,000 likes. Thank you. Thanks, man. See ya. 1,000 likes. Oh, yeah. It's starting to rain. Right, Ted, quick, take cover, mate. Initiate rain procedure. Oh my, oh gosh, that is. Yeah. Here comes the rain. I'm just going to get Ted inside. He doesn't like the rain. I don't blame him, to be honest. Done quite well as well, you know, today. Been quite lucky in some respect with the weather today. Hasn't been that disastrous from what I thought it was going to be. But just going to put this cover on quickly. Yeah, that's fine, Ted.
Back up with 2 legs. Ready to go. Green, cloud base of 1,000 feet, 1031, otherwise no change.
Let's go, please. Battle damage to go. Contact will from France. That is fenced out. Stand by code. So 9:26 to be on deck in 10, 9, 5, 0.
That might have just gone then, Ted. I'll have a quick bite to eat.
Japan, you're still on Sonic.
think that's cleared. Awesome. I think we survived that one. Pretty cool. We'll take that. Lovely.
On there, it's a pretty little plane, isn't it, now? Hey Reggie, come and have a look at this. Shout Reggie. Yeah, listen, oh, it's a pretty little plane up there, isn't it? Yeah, it's a pretty little plane, alright, look at it. Don't off, make some noise there now. Yeah, it's right, isn't it? Be all right on my house and my windows, isn't it? It'll be shattering them there now. Yeah. I suppose it's quite good on it. I've got one of them at home doing me Hoover. Yeah, I've got one of them and all. It's good for you. My name's Reggie. My name's Reggie. We're part of the RAF Regiment. That's how we do it around here now. Just doing our perimeter checks. Make sure it's all good, innit, Reggie? That's all right, Reggie. That's all right, Reggie. It's a pretty little plane making a lot of noise, isn't it, there now? Yeah. Make a lot of noise. I wonder why they make a lot of noise. We'll have to ask ground crew Drew. Oh, I asked him that a while ago. He says it's all about, it's basically the air just going through. Yeah, making a lot of noise like that. Well, we won't talk about that on here, you know what I mean, there now? Yeah. Right, I think better let us do this recording, because I think he's got some sort of pretty little plane coming in. Aren't these the ones that hover? Yeah, they're the ones that hover, all right. Oh, that's good, isn't it? Drew was telling me how it hovers. Oh, it's quite clever, isn't it? Yeah, it's quite good. Right, behave yourselves. RAF Regiment, looking out for you. Behave yourselves, RAF Regiment, looking out for you. I don't know. Hey, Reggie, let's go and grab some chocolate. Someone say chocolate. Yeah, it's over there. Well, let's go to KFC then. Right.
Come on.
Reggie and I have just come back because we just realised we can just order it. We don't have to go to the KFC. We got this special app, innit? Oh, what's he got here now? Here, right here now. What you got there now? It's my leaf blower, innit, now? See that? That's how you do your hoovering. You get an F-35B. Let me have a go on that now. What have we got here? Yeah, it's got this lift system. And it blows all that air, get rid of all the leaves in that. Well, that's alright, isn't it? Pretty good. Yeah, it's all good, gets rid of all the leaves. Oh, I'll have to have a go at that right now. Yeah, it's pretty good. Oh, Reggie! Oh dear. Oh, he's certainly gone stealth now. Right, let me just put... Oh, what am I going to do with this now? What do I do with an F-35B? Can't be walking around with that in my pocket, can I? What would the missus say, eh?
Oh dear. Right, those two are banned for a little bit. Yeah, please, if you find an F-35B, I don't advise you put that in your pocket. Maybe take it to a landing pad. Right, Bolt flight just coming in now. I don't think they are going to vertically land, unfortunately. Oh, VL! Yes, they listened. We got VL, we got VL. On one of them, I think. Because I think we got one conventional landing and one vertical landing. Here we go. When you link Rolls-Royce lift system to the Pratt & Whitney F135, this is what you're going to get. Absolute stunner. Thank you very much. Absolutely exquisite. We got 1 out of 11. That will do. 'Cause that's all we need. Because it's one of the most amazing things to see a fighter aircraft do, definitely. A fighter jet do. Come on, Teddy. Beautiful. We got it. Like I said, just the 1 is just enough to just, you know, just to make you go crazy for it, because it's so good. And it ain't no bother to hover, is it? Absolutely wonderful, wonderful vertical landing. Beautiful. $11 F-35s, 11 F-35Bs to be precise. One low approach from an F-15E Strike Eagle. There was actually 2, but the clouds were so low you couldn't even see the second one at all. You could hear it. And amongst the F-35B landings, 5 of those were slow slow lands, and one was a vertical landing, which we've just seen just moments ago. Nice. Stuart Skeggs. So Stuart Skeggs, thank you very much for your 12, is it 12 months we got on here? Let me just go back. Yes, little retro here with the Guards Marches. Stuart Skeggs, who's a member for 12 months, thank you so much. 12 months with the greatest aviation streaming channel, oi oi TCS family, and an oi oi to you as well. Thank you very much, part of our TCS Posh Officers Club. Thank you so much. 8th day, gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. High five, Guards March. Thank you very much for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Chris Austin, oi oi, thanks Nikos for the Brill stream. Thanks to all the spanners for keeping it neat and sweet. And thanks Ted for the year. Yeah, let's ride. Thank you very much, Chris Austin, for the super chat. Stephen Billings, Ed Godzilla, member for 14 months. Great show and bants, love to TC and the Teds. Thank you very much. Eric, member for 17 months, thank you very much. Celebrating with a vertical landing. Yeah, let's ride. And Helen Holland as well, a Guards March to you. Thank you for your super chat. Thank you so much. Lots of hearts coming in on the screen. Thank you so much, everyone. What a day. What a great day. I mean, that's a pretty good result to get 11. Yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 exciting membership levels with awesome YouTube perks to reward you back for your support. Our first level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Squadron. You'll get a loyalty badge on YouTube, unique TCS emojis that you can use on comments and live streams, members only videos which include behind the scenes, deleted scenes, sneak previews and also music videos that Ted likes to play the electric guitar on. You'll also get access to members only Discord server and discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All of this for just $1.99 a month. Yeah. Our second level of membership is the Posh Officers Club. This includes all of the squadron perks, private Posh Officers Discord chat room, Posh Officers discounts on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise, and the poshness of supporting the TCS even more. This is just £4.99 a month. Our third level was inspired by many of our fans who have been supporting the channel massively. So we'd love to reward you back with this, and our third level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. This gives you a more personal experience with me and Ted, with exclusive live streams and content. You'll get a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch, a private Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron Discord chat room, a gold colour Discord username, and a higher discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All this for just £25.99 a month. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the Ted Coningsby channel cannot thank you enough for all your support, and it's this support that keeps the dream, keeps the stream. Thank you so much. Aw, yeah.
Down, thanks. Have a good one.
Quick cup of tea. All right. Ooh. What do you reckon, Ted? Should we knock it off? I think we're going to knock it off. Oi, oi! Nice, nice, nice. Right, Ted, what we're doing then, mate? Should we call it? Should we knock it off? Knock it off, knock it off. I think so. I don't see why not. I mean, if we're gonna get... How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? What a day. It's been a superb day. Let me just get this rain off the camera a moment. I've just got a bit of a drizzle going on at the minute, as normal. I mean, that's just standard TCS weather, to be honest, man. Nothing really. Just trying to think. Thank you very much for all of you who have visited the TCS online store. That's awesome. Thank you so much for doing that. That is absolutely incredible, because you know, this is really, really a good time to get your orders in before the 15th of December. We will put a little banner on, actually, over the weekend to get your orders in by the 15th, because of the Christmas period. If we don't have it in stock, there could be delays from our end, that kind of thing. So just so you don't disappoint, visit tedconingsby.co.uk online store. Oh, you know how it is. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Well, what a day in the end, yeah? We got there in the end with 11 F-35Bs, and one of them gave us what we wanted. Swear they tune in, man. Just uncanny, wasn't it? Teddy, how you doing, mate? Well, I hope you enjoyed it. What time is it? It's coming up to 2:15. We're thinking we could knock it off and just head off home, because we've got to pack up and get ready for Lakenheath tomorrow for our usual Friday show, and hopefully it's a good one tomorrow as well, so you never know. And there's only a week left, really, I think, of flying before they break up for the Christmas season, but we'll see. We'll keep going and flowing. I've got a couple of live streams, one on Christmas Day, and I've got another one. It'll be more like a little fun live stream. It's yeah, there's something a little bit different for you, so I hope you'll enjoy that as well. None of this is rehearsed, just go for it, just go with the flow. Yeah, so yeah, I hope you enjoyed it. It's been good, and it was nice to see a vertical landing. It is that buzz of seeing a performance takeoff. It really is, because you know, you've got all that weight just floating, so ain't no bother to hover, you know how it is. Right, so let's wrap this up. Let's knock it off. Right, RAF Marham, thank you very much. Salute to all of you, all personnel, all roles. Thank you so much. And of course, to our viewers, thank you so much for everything. Thank you very, very much for tuning in today on this fun military aviation and a very packed up Marham. I thought that was quite good. So yes, that leaves me on to finish up. So ladies, gents and teddy bears, if I may, my name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby, and you've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Marham. So for the last time for today, unless you want to check out our video that we uploaded today, the Freedom Fighters and Rare Aircraft video, check it out. See you soon. Wish you well. Right, Teddy, let's go, mate. What's going on here? Where is everybody? Far, 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 my name's Wingy. That's right. Hello, posh officers, yes, far, far, far. What's going on here? What was that? Hovering around. It wasn't a helicopter. Never seen such a thing before, but the F-35Bs, yes, far, 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 they can hover. Don't see a Lancaster doing that though. No, 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 don't see the point. Far, far, far. Far, far, far. Yes, imagine a hovering Spitfire there. Far, 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 far. Yes. Quite remarkable. Reminds me of the Harrier though. Very good, very good. Well, Marham, jolly old show. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ah, I see people ordering. Very good. Hey, oi, alright there, Wingy there now? Yes, Reginald, how are you? I'm alright there now, how you doing? Yes, just come to see this hovering aircraft. Yes, it reminded me of the Harrier. Yeah, it's a pretty little plane, isn't it? Yes, it's wonderful. Yeah, it's a remarkable fate of entry. It's Rolls-Royce, you see. Is it Rolls-Royce? Well, sort of. Yes, it's the Rolls-Royce lift system and this and that and far, 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 connected to the Pratt & Whitney, far, 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 right here now, well, right here now, yeah, far, 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 it's got this far, 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 far. All right, oh, well, I see there now. Well, I'm off now. I'm off to play golf. Golf? What, in this weather? Golf is played in all weather. Yes. Hello. China, bring me my sticks and my clubs. Cheerio. Dear oh dear, I'm off for some chucking. Goodbye.
Golf India, Brian Stone.